Hello there, seeker of silence, and welcome back to this quiet refuge among stories and starlight. If these soft wanderings through magic and memory bring you a moment of peace, feel free to subscribe so that our gentle fellowship of listeners may grow and others may find their way to rest beside you. For now, let the world fall away, let the hush of evening settle around your shoulders, and let us begin our slow journey into a forgotten corner of the continent, where rain drifts softly against ancient stone, and a lone sorceress walks beneath gathering clouds. The night had deepened over the windswept valley, where low hills rose like sleeping beasts, their backs brushed by silvered grass that swayed with the unhurried breath of the evening breeze. Above them, pale moonlight filtered through veils of drifting clouds, casting soft ribbons of glow across a narrow forest path. Along this path moved a quiet figure, her steps unhurried, her presence calm as a whispered charm. Yennefer of Vengerberg had traveled far, following a trail not marked by ink nor quill, but by faint impressions in the fabric of memory, a lingering thread that pulled her toward a mystery older than any she had studied in decades. Rain began its gentle descent, each drop tapping softly upon her hood, a delicate rhythm that lulled rather than chilled. She drew the fabric closer around her, inhaling the scent of wet moss and distant pine, a fragrance that always reminded her of ancient libraries, with moss-grown stones and forgotten tomes slumbering beneath dust. Ahead, rising from the hush of the woods, stood the tower. It emerged from the tangle of trees like a patient sentinel, its weathered stones dappled with lichen, and its narrow windows dim and hollow. Once, long ago, the tower had belonged to a wandering mage, a scholar of obscure enchantments, a hermit whose name had slipped quietly through the cracks of history. Few mentioned him now, and even fewer remembered the strange whispers about a spell of intentional forgetting, a charm not to erase harm or sorrow, but to conceal knowledge too heavy for restless minds, a spell to rest memory, to let it sleep without pain. The thought lingered around Yennefer like a drifting curl of violet smoke. As she approached the old door, she pressed her fingers lightly to the wood, feeling the faint tremor of ancient runes that still hummed with subdued power. Their glow was soft, barely brighter than the dying embers of a long-forgotten hearth, yet they stirred beneath her touch with the hesitant warmth of something waking. Rain continued to fall, its cadence a steady whisper along the tower walls, loosening fragments of quiet recollection within her. The scent of old parchment came drifting out from the narrow crack in the door, a scent that felt like stepping once more into Aretuza's silent halls at dusk. When the lamps were low and every page turned, was a lullaby of soft, scraping fibers. She exhaled slowly, letting her breath mingle with the cool air. Inside, she knew there would be no danger lurking in the shadows, no frantic enchantments flaring awake. Only a gentle mystery, patient and willing to be unraveled by one who approached it with care. With a soft push, the door creaked open, its voice deep and mellow, like an old cello string. A wave of warm, dusty air greeted her, carrying with it hints of dried herbs, wood resin, and the faintest memory of lavender oil still clinging to the stone shelves. A small fire had once crackled in the hearth to the left. She could sense its ghost in the residual warmth trapped in the stones. Perhaps the mage had enjoyed working at odd hours, scribbling notes into thick journals, while flames murmured softly at his side. The idea brought a rare, delicate smile to her lips. She stepped inside, and the door closed behind her with a quiet sigh. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with shelves that reached toward the ceiling. Every shelf bowed under the weight of scrolls, leather-bound volumes, crystal files filled with dormant magic, and delicate instruments crafted for observation, reflection, and study. As Yennefer walked, her boots brushed lightly against scattered parchment scraps, each one curling upward like a dry leaf, stirred by autumn wind. From somewhere deeper in the tower, perhaps the stairwell, she heard the soft clink of glass. Not a warning, but the calm settling of an untouched workspace responding to the shifting currents of air. She drew her fingers across a stack of weathered tomes, feeling the gentle bite of aged leather beneath her fingertips. A quill lay abandoned nearby, its tip still faintly stained with violet ink, as though its last task had been interrupted mid-sentence, mid-thought, mid-memory. The quiet surrounded her in generous folds, inviting her to breathe slower, to listen deeper. As she moved farther inward, the tower seemed to warm in her presence, as though relieved to feel a mindful hand upon its forgotten lore. A trail of rune stones lay on a long table, each carved with intricate sigils that pulsed with a soft, drowsy glow, the magical equivalent of a cat stretching in its sleep. Yennefer leaned closer, listening to their gentle hum, a sound like distant chimes drifting across winter air. Yes, she thought, here rested the truth she sought, a spell meant not for erasure, but for easing the weary mind. And perhaps, somewhere embedded in this ancient charm, there lingered a piece of the mage himself, a quiet imprint of intention, waiting patiently for someone to breathe through the dust and stir its meaning awake. She set her hand on the table, closed her eyes and let the tower's soft magic settle around her, like a blanket pulled up to the chin. Here, in the gentle dimness, her journey into forgotten memory was ready to begin. The quiet within the tower deepened, settling like fine dust upon Yennefer's shoulders as she allowed herself a moment of stillness. Rain continued its gentle descent outside, each drop a soft tapping upon the old stones, creating a soothing rhythm that echoed faintly through the narrow windows high above. The scent of damp earth drifted in with every subtle breeze, mingling with the warm fragrance of ancient parchment and faint traces of crushed herbs that had long ago seeped into the wooden tables. Yennefer opened her eyes slowly, allowing them to adjust to the tower's muted light. In the soft glow of drifting runic energy, every object seemed suspended in a quiet reverie. Crystal vials holding ripples of dormant spells, quills resting with the serenity of birds on a branch, and books that appeared to breathe gently as the air shifted around them. She ran a fingertip along the edge of a half-open grimoire before her. Its pages had curled slightly with age, the delicate crackle of old paper whispering beneath her touch. A line of violet ink trailed off mid-sentence, as though the writer had paused. Perhaps to think, perhaps to listen, perhaps to forget. She murmured softly, the sound nearly swallowed by the hush of the tower. There was something tender about this place, something unhurried and contemplative, as if the very stones had grown accustomed to thoughts drifting slowly through its chambers without ever insisting on resolution. A small brazier sat in the corner, filled with the faintest ember glow. Yennefer touched it gently with her magic, and a quiet flame rose like a sigh, casting warm light across the room. Its crackling was soft, delicate as dried leaves brushed by hand, bringing a cozy warmth that settled into the heart of the tower, as though awakening a long-dormant home. The flame cast shimmering shadows on the walls, revealing layers of scrolls rolled with meticulous care. Some were sealed with wax sigils bearing unfamiliar shapes, spirals, crescents, woven knots, designs reminiscent of early magical schools that had faded into legend. Yennefer drew one scroll closer, and the wax seal broke with a muted crack. She unrolled it slowly, listening to the gentle rustle as the parchment stretched after years of rest. The ink was faded, yet still legible, written in a looping hand that suggested both precision and grace. In memory's quiet chambers, it began, one may leave a thought to sleep. Her breath softened. The phrasing held an unmistakable gentleness, not the stern language of restrictive enchantments. Not the cold diction of spells designed to erase or bind, but something closer to a lullaby woven for the weary mind. A magic of comfort, crafted with empathy rather than power. As she continued reading, a distant creak echoed through the tower, like the settling bones of a structure grown old in peace. Yennefer lifted her gaze, watching motes of dust drift lazily through slanted beams of brazier light, their slow dance soothing in its predictability. She rose from the table and walked toward the spiral stairway that wound its way upward like a coiled ribbon. Each step groaned softly beneath her weight, but the sound was mellow, as though the tower were greeting her kindly rather than warning her away. Halfway up, she paused to listen. The rain had softened further, transforming into a delicate mist that brushed against the windows, with a sound like parchment being turned slowly. Wind carried the earthy scent of the forest, its cool breath slipping through the cracks and grazing her cheek with a quiet reassurance. The second floor opened into a circular study, lined with more shelves, more forgotten books, and a long desk scattered with half-finished runic diagrams. A quill lay beside a small bowl of dried ink, its feather ruffled slightly, as though touched by passing magic, long after its owner had gone. Yennefer approached the desk, her eyes drawn to a piece of polished obsidian resting atop an open notebook. The stone was smooth and dark, reflecting the warm flicker of the brazier in soft purple hues. When she lifted it, the notebook pages fluttered gently, as though relieved of a burden they had carried for many years. The handwriting inside was the same, fluid, thoughtful, each stroke deliberate and unhurried. Notes described early attempts to weave a spell of selective forgetting, not to erase knowledge, but to cradle it, to set it down tenderly, so the mind could breathe. One line caught her attention. To forget is not to lose, it is merely to allow memory to rest until the heart is ready. She exhaled slowly, feeling a quiet ache settle in her chest, an ache not of sorrow, but of recognition. The mage who had lived here, whose notes felt like soft-spoken meditations, had not been designing a weapon or a tool of manipulation. He had been crafting comfort for those burdened by thoughts too heavy to carry. Yennefer traced the ink with her fingertip, her touch feather-light. She could almost imagine him sitting here, listening to the wind circling the tower, hearing the rain's gentle cadence as he shaped spells that soothed rather than strained. A slow turning of pages rustled from somewhere behind her. Not abrupt, not startling, but as though a draft had coaxed a book to breathe. She turned, finding a small volume lying open on the floor. It must have slipped from its shelf, though the moment of its fall had blended seamlessly into the quiet symphony of the tower's natural sounds. Kneeling, she lifted the book carefully. Its cover was worn velvet, soft beneath her touch, and embossed with elegant runes that glowed faintly when her fingers neared them. Inside, delicate illustrations of swirling magical patterns moved like gentle tides, their motions slow and calming. This was no mere instructional text. It was a journal, a record of the mage's inner world. Yennefer settled at the edge of the desk and opened the book upon her lap, letting its pages drift open where they wished. She felt the tower breathe around her, warm and content, as the amber glow of the brazier bathed her in soft, steady light. Then, in the quiet between heartbeats, something shifted in the air. A subtle pulse of dormant magic, awakening not in warning, but in welcome. And Yennefer, sensing the tower's gentle invitation, leaned deeper into the silence, ready to understand what had been left behind. The tower seemed to settle around Yennefer, as though adjusting itself to her presence, its stones easing into a deeper quiet, its wooden beams relaxing with soft creaks that echoed like distant, drowsy sighs. She remained seated at the edge of the desk, the velvet-bound journal resting upon her lap. Its pages opened to a passage written with such tenderness that she read the lines twice, simply to savor the serenity they carried. "Where thoughts grow heavy," the mage had written, "one must learn to lay them down gently, as one sets a tired bird back into its nest." The phrasing warmed her, in that subtle way certain memories do. Softly, slowly, like a blanket pulled closer on a cool morning. She brushed a strand of hair from her face as a faint breeze stirred the pages, carrying with it the scent of damp wood and rain-laced moss. The brazier's gentle crackling filled the room with a steady warmth, its orange glow playing across the spiral diagrams in the journal. Each curve and rune was drawn with a patient hand, the sort of hand that valued reflection over haste. There were no sharp angles, no harsh lines, only soft arcs, coiling and uncoiling like quiet breaths. Yennefer traced one of the spirals with her fingertip, feeling the lingering heat of old magic beneath the ink. It hummed faintly, a sound more sensation than noise, like the low murmur of a sleeping cat nestled beside a hearth. A realization began to form inside her, not abrupt or jarring, but as gentle as dawn light creeping across a windowsill. This tower was not merely a laboratory or a scholar's retreat. It was a sanctuary, a place built intentionally for the soothing of minds, including the mage who once dwelled here. She turned the page, listening to the soft rasp of parchment against parchment. A new passage waited, its ink slightly smudged as though touched by a damp fingertip many years ago. "The spell must be gentle," it read, "for heavy memories recoil when pressed. One coaxes them into rest through calm intention, through slow breath, through patient quiet." Her lips curved faintly. The language was comforting, almost meditative, as though the mage had been just as interested in calming himself as crafting a magical procedure. Yennefer closed the book halfway, holding it loosely in her hands as she lifted her gaze to the upper shelves of the study. There were dozens of volumes on restorative enchantments, emotional alchemy, and meditative magic, subjects not often pursued by those in her profession. Most mages preferred sharpness, precision, power, but this mage, he had sought stillness. Wind traced the tower walls with a low, distant hum, and the rain softened further into a whisper, as though nature itself wished to lean in closer to hear the unfolding of the past. Yennefer rose, closing the velvet journal with a quiet thump, and placing it carefully beneath the obsidian stone that had kept it open all these years. The weight of the stone seemed symbolic now, a steadying presence, a grounding reminder that even old memories could be handled gently. She moved toward a tall shelf near the window, fingers brushing lightly over the edges of vials filled with powdered minerals and half-dormant enchantments. Each vial emitted a faint glimmer of soft color: lilac, silver blue, muted gold. A magical glow too weak to illuminate the room, yet strong enough to whisper of long practice and long patience. One vial in particular caught her attention. Its contents shimmered like ground moonstone, pale and slow-moving, as though stirred by an unseen tide. She lifted it carefully, feeling the cool glass pressed gently against her palm. A label, nearly faded, curled around the neck of the vial. Somnus Memoriae. Her brow rose with quiet recognition. The preliminary mixture for a spell of restful memory. Not sleep magic, not illusion, but a rare branch of contemplative enchantment that guided the mind toward peaceful forgetting without erasing truth. She uncorked the vial just enough to breathe in its essence. A soft fragrance of crushed petals, burnt paper, and warm dust drifted upward. An oddly comforting scent that reminded her of late evenings, spent reading by candlelight, while the world outside slowed to a hush. She let the cork slip back into place and returned the vial to its shelf, the tiny clink echoing through the quiet room like a chime rung in slow motion. A thought nudged her. Calm, steady, sure. If the mage had been working on a spell meant to ease burdens of the mind, there must be a central text, a final draft somewhere in this tower. Not the scattered notes, not the early experiments, but the complete incantation, the finished lullaby he hoped to offer the world. She moved deeper into the study, her steps soft upon the wooden boards which groaned in warm greeting. At the far end of the room, beneath a narrow window, stood a writing desk set with a simple wooden chair and an unlit candle that had melted into a pool of hardened wax. The desk was crowded with scrolls tied in ribbon and a single book with a cover of deep violet leather. The violet book was untouched by dust. Yennefer felt a soft tug within her, the subtle intuition that accompanies magic woven with care. She approached slowly, her breath unhurried, her fingers grazing the book's spine with reverence. A warmth lingered there, faint but unmistakable, a residual imprint of its creator, as though he had last touched it in a moment of gentle resolve. With deliberate grace, she opened the book, and its pages exhaled the scent of lavender ink, dried long ago, but still carrying a quiet sweetness. Inside the front cover, written in small elegant script, were the words, "For those who carry more than they should." Her breath eased out slowly. The tower grew even quieter, as though listening. She turned the page. A soft glow rose from the ink itself, a dormant enchantment long asleep, now waking in her presence with the delicacy of a morning sunbeam. Lines of runes spiraled across the page, interspersed with flowing prose that described not only the magical mechanics of the spell, but the philosophy behind it. "Memory is a river," the mage had written, "and though it may rush, tear, and flood, it can also be guided into gentle streams." The words soothed something deep within her. She let her hand rest on the paper, and in this simple contact, the tower seemed to hum. Soft, steady, peaceful. The spell of restful forgetting was here, cradled within this book, waiting to be understood. And Yennefer, with her breath slow and her heart open, was ready to follow the quiet path laid before her. Yennefer lingered over the glowing page, its soft violet light warming her hands, as though the magic wished to greet her personally, with no urgency, no demand, only quiet welcome. The tower seemed to draw its breath with her, each inhalation deepening the hush around her, each exhalation loosening the old dust that drifted lazily in the amber glow of the rekindled brazier. She turned the page slowly, the parchment releasing a faint crackle, like a whisper of old seasons stirred from slumber. The glow deepened, spreading in gentle ripples across runes arranged in spirals, curving shapes and flowing lines that mirrored the natural patterns of water, wind, and the patient roots of trees. This was no aggressive magic. It was designed to soothe, to soften, to lull the turbulent places of the mind into calmer tides. Her fingertips followed the outer spiral, and faint notes of scent rose from the page: lavender, resin, dried petals, and the smoky memory of a candle extinguished long ago. A fragrance not conjured but infused through time by the mage who had written here, his presence blending gently into the atmosphere he built. The text continued in the same serene tone. To coax the mind toward rest, one must invite stillness, not impose it. Let the memory drift to the surface, then guide it toward the quiet below. Yennefer exhaled softly, letting the rhythm of the words merge with her breathing. The tower's calm felt contagious, seeping into her temples, her shoulders, her thoughts. It was a rare feeling to study magic that eased rather than strained. Most incantations required control, precision, will sharpened like a blade. But this was like cupping cool water in the hands, letting it wash gently over a buried ache. She turned another page. There, sketched with delicate strokes, was the design of an old ritual table. Circular, low to the ground, lined with rune stones shaped like river pebbles. Soft grooves indicated the pathways through which magic would flow, not forcefully, but in slow currents, like a stream winding through moss-covered roots. A small note in the corner read, "The sound of rain strengthens the enchantment. It reminds the mind of things that fall softly." Yennefer looked toward the narrow window and smiled faintly. Rain still pattered in a steady, soothing cadence against the tower walls, a natural accompaniment to the quiet work unfolding here. She closed the book gently and held it against her chest, absorbing its subtle warmth. Her eyes roamed the study again, taking in the shelves, the scattered scrolls, the lingering scent of herbs and parchment. Somewhere in this tower, she suspected there was a place where the mage had once performed the complete ritual, a place where memory was allowed to rest. As she walked toward the spiral stairs again, her robes whispered against the floor, a soft brushing sound that harmonized with the tower's gentle creaks and the distant sigh of wind circling the upper windows. The next level of the tower opened into a larger, rounder chamber, the heart of the structure. Vaulted ceilings arched above her like the ribs of an ancient beast sleeping in peace. The air here was warmer, filled with the faint aroma of polished wood and extinguished candles. A circular recess occupied the center of the room, lined with shallow grooves of silver that caught the brazier's distant glow and shimmered faintly as Yennefer approached. Rune stones, like the ones drawn in the book, were scattered around the circle, their once bright sigils now faded to a sleepy dimness. She knelt beside them, running her fingers over their smooth surfaces. Each stone hummed softly, like a memory stirring after too long a rest. "Peaceful magic," she murmured, her voice barely more than breath. "Not forgotten, only waiting." She lifted one rune stone to her ear, smiling faintly at the delicate resonance within, a tone like the low, airy hum of a flute played at dusk. Setting it back down, she rose slowly and moved to a small wooden cupboard carved into the wall. Its door opened with a mellow groan, revealing dozens of rolled parchment sheets, sealed jars of ink, and thin sticks of incense made from lavender and dried thyme. She lifted one incense stick and held it beneath her nose. The scent was quiet, earthy, comforting. A spell for grounding the mind, she thought. Something the mage had burned before weaving his enchantment. She placed the incense in a holder and lit it with a gentle flick of magic. A thin line of smoke rose, curling in slow spirals that drifted through the room like silk caught in a breeze. The tower seemed to relax further, its bones softening, its echoes dimming. Yennefer felt her own breath deepen, as though the air itself were encouraging her to slow her thoughts. She returned to the center of the chamber and opened the violet book again, placing it carefully on a low stand where the mage had once worked. Its pages glowed softly, responding to the incense and the warm air around them. A set of instructions unfurled across the next pages, not strict, not firm, but suggestive, encouraging the practitioner to shape the ritual in harmony with their own inner stillness. "Begin with breath," it said. "Let the mind remember itself without grasping, without fear." Her eyes softened at the simplicity. Another line followed. "Do not chase the memory. Allow it to drift forward as gently as a leaf on a slow-moving stream. And then, invite peace, and it will arrive." Yennefer closed her eyes and let her fingertips rest upon the glowing text. The magic within the book did not flare or tug. It pulsed in slow, steady rhythms, as comforting as a heartbeat felt through cloth. She breathed in lavender. She breathed out tension. The tower breathed with her. And in that shared stillness, far below conscious thought, she felt the memory of the mage, his quiet hands, his tired but gentle heart, his hope that this spell might ease burdens he could not carry alone. It was not a haunting, it was a presence, soft as a half-forgotten lullaby. Yennefer opened her eyes and with newfound serenity began studying the next set of runes. Here, at last, she could feel the spell itself awakening, not urgently, not insistently, but like a warm lantern glowing in a room that had long been dim. The runes before Yennefer shimmered faintly, as though stirred awake by her attentive gaze. They were soft, patient things, symbols woven not for spectacle, but for inner quiet. She leaned closer, letting her breath fall into the slow, steady rhythm that seemed to permeate the entire tower. Lavender incense drifted upward in delicate threads, coiling around her like a gentle reassurance. Rain traced its steady murmur along the high windows, each drop a soft percussion that blended seamlessly with the faint hum of dormant magic. Somewhere far below, one of the tower's wooden beams gave a long, sleepy creak, a sound that echoed as though the building itself was shifting deeper into comfort. Yennefer brushed her fingertips over the outermost rune in the ritual circle. It responded with a muted pulse, warm and slow, like the soft beat of a resting heart. The violet book on the stand shivered slightly, its pages gently, almost shyly, turning themselves to the next passage. She smiled. "Still cooperative after all these years," she whispered. The book's glow brightened in acknowledgement. She read the new text. "Memory, when burdened, curls inward. Do not pry it open. Invite it to unfold. Let it breathe." There was such kindness embedded in those words that Yennefer paused, letting them settle in her chest like warm stones placed gently upon cold hands. She wondered briefly what this mage had carried, what weight had driven him to create a spell not of forgetting but of soft release. Her eyes drifted slowly over the rest of the instructions, written in calm, looping strokes. First, the practitioner must understand that memory is a guest. Treat it as such. Offer it warmth, and it will choose whether to stay or rest. Yennefer traced the ink with a feather-light touch, listening as the tower responded with a faint whisper of shifting air that stirred the incense smoke into languid spirals. She guided her attention to the rune stones scattered at her feet. Each one was unique. Their surfaces were etched not with rigid linear markings, but with gentle curves, patterns that resembled vines, streams, and the tender shells of small forest creatures. As she gathered them into a circle, their soft chorus of hums grew more harmonious, aligning like instruments tuned to the same quiet melody. A page in the book illuminated further, revealing the next step. Place the stones as one places quiet candles, with intention, with breath, with steady hands. So Yennefer did. She placed each rune not simply where intellect told her, but where the stone itself seemed to lean, to nudge, to wish to rest. This magic was not about dominance. It was about listening. When the final stone took its place, a gentle wave of warmth radiated outward, spreading across the room like a soft tide reaching shore. Yennefer inhaled deeply, and the scent of parchment, herbs, and faint traces of something sweet, perhaps chamomile or crushed petals, filled her lungs. On the stand, the violet book turned another page. Sketches appeared, quiet, meditative illustrations that showed a seated figure bathed in the dim glow of candles, their eyes half closed, their posture unguarded, their spirit at ease. Beneath the sketches, more text. Do not seek the memory itself. Seek the stillness from which memory may rise or may choose not to. She let her gaze soften. How different this was from the spells she had known, spells that seized thoughts, prodded them, forced them into clarity. This enchantment left space for the mind to decide its own path. Yennefer stepped back, letting her eyes sweep over the quiet circle of stones. They glowed now with a muted luminescence, like stars seen through morning mist. The air thickened slightly, not in heaviness but in warmth. The tower felt as though it were drawing nearer, leaning into her presence, as if grateful to feel magic so gently stirred again. She approached the far wall, where tall shelves held more relics of the mage's life. An empty teacup sat beside a silver spoon, its base stained with the faint ring of a long-dried infusion. A woolen shawl, folded neatly, rested atop a stack of old tomes. Its edges were frayed, its scent faintly earthy, as though it had once been worn during long evenings beside this very brazier. She touched the fabric lightly, her breath deepening as the soft wool yielded beneath her fingers. Curling into the corner of the shelf was a journal smaller than the others, bound in simple brown leather, its cover etched with tiny waves. She opened it. Inside were not spells, but reflections, quiet thoughts penned in moments of contemplation. To rest is not to falter. The mind too must sleep. Magic that heals must first listen. Yennefer closed the journal with a tender exhale. There was so much gentleness here, woven into every corner of this tower. She could feel it settling into her, loosening knots she had not realized she carried in her chest. When she rose, the runes in the ritual circle pulsed softly, awaiting her next step. She returned to the violet book and allowed its calm glow to wash over her once more. The next page revealed the heart of the enchantment. When the memory approaches, do not grasp it. Let it hover, soft as a firefly in the twilight air. A hush fell over the room, denser than before, but comforting, like a thick blanket placed across weary shoulders. Yennefer settled onto the floor beside the runes, crossing her legs as the book's gentle glow bathed her hands. She closed her eyes. The rain deepened its rhythm. The brazier crackled softly. The tower breathed, and in that gathering stillness, she felt it, the spell waiting to unfurl its peaceful truth, not in noise, not in brilliance, but in quiet remembrance, offered gently to a listening heart. Yennefer remained seated within the circle of runestones, her posture relaxed, her breath slow and unforced, as the tower's gentle atmosphere deepened around her. The brazier's warmth drifted outward in soft waves that shimmered across the floor, melding with the faint violet glow that rose from the open pages of the mage's book. Lavender incense traced elegant shapes in the air, its smoke spiraling upward like thin ribbons of silk unfurling in the quiet light. She let her eyes rest halfway closed, not fully withdrawing from the room, but sinking gently into its calm. Her thoughts loosened, not scattered, but floating in soft currents as though each one had become a small leaf suspended on still water. Outside, the rainfall settled into a delicate drizzle, each drop tapping the stones in tender, unhurried rhythms, a sound that soothed rather than distracted, a natural lullaby echoing through the tower's bones. The runes around her responded, their glow brightened by a fraction, just enough to soften the shadows that pooled along the curved walls. The pulse of each stone was measured and gentle, like a quiet heartbeat felt through layers of wool. Yennefer opened her hands in her lap. The magic welcomed her. The violet book stirred, turning its pages with the lightest of murmurs, a dry whisper like parchment brushed by a passing feather. New text glimmered across the open spread, illuminated in warm lavender light. "Memory rests at the edge of thought," the mage had written. "To invite it gently, one must become still enough for it to approach." Yennefer inhaled deeply, allowing the scent of old parchment and quiet herbs to mingle with the cool notes of rain from the window above. The combination held a peace rarely found in her work, where spellcasting often meant tension decision, power balanced upon precision. Here the magic asked nothing of her but patience. Her gaze wandered over the next lines. Should the memory rise, do not bind it, do not banish it. Only cradle it as one cradles a small flame. She let the words dissolve into her breathing. The runes pulsed once more. Yennefer placed her fingertips upon the circle's silver groove. The metal was warm, not heated by enchantment, but by the lingering intention of the mage who had shaped it. Magic absorbed through years of gentle practice had left a residue of quiet warmth, like sunlight stored within stone long after dusk. She closed her eyes fully now. A hush settled over her mind, deep enough that she could feel the subtle sway of her heartbeat as it slowed in time with the tower's tranquility. The memory, not hers, not yet, approached, not as a vision, not as a sound, but as a feeling. A warm echo, gentle and familiar, brushing the edges of her awareness like a feather drawn across her thoughts. She let it settle. It grew clearer, not in form but in essence, an emotion held softly, the quiet longing of someone who had once sat alone in this very tower, listening to the same rain, breathing the same lavender air, hoping to ease a weight they had never spoken aloud. A whisper of presence touched her mind, not intrusive, not forceful. A companionable warmth. She followed it inward, as though tracing the path of a soft breeze moving through tall grass. Images began to take shape, fragile and unfocused, the way memories often appear when approached gently. A warm room lit by gentle firelight, a cup of tea held between trembling hands, a journal left open beside a window, the scent of herbs drying on a string, a faint smile, a sigh, a feeling of tiredness so old it had become tender. The mage had been lonely. Not tragically, not painfully, but quietly, as one becomes when their work drifts so far inward that the world outside grows muffled and distant. Yennefer felt a soft ache bloom in her chest, not her own, but a faint echo shared across time. She breathed, steady and unhurried, and the memory receded slightly, not fading but giving her space. The violet book stirred again, turning a page on its own. She blinked her eyes open, glancing down at the gentle glow that illuminated the next instructions. Should you touch upon another's memory, accept only what is freely given. Do not search beyond the warmth offered. Magic born of comfort must remain tender. The rain deepened its melody, soft winds circling the tower as though in quiet admiration. Yennefer placed both hands on her knees, letting the warmth of the room enfold her. The next section of the book revealed a softly glowing diagram, a spiral of runes interlaced with calming sigils designed to guide memories into restful slumber. Beneath it, the mage had added a final reflection. When the memory grows weary, let it lie down, let it settle into quiet earth, not lost, only resting. The phrasing soothed her deeply, as though the spell itself had reached into her chest and loosened something that had been tightly wound for years. She rose slowly, her movements deliberate, the runes shimmering faintly in acknowledgement of her calm. Her gaze drifted to a small alcove opposite the brazier. A simple chair rested there, its wood carved smooth by long use. A pillow sat upon the seat, worn but clean, stitched with tiny runic patterns that suggested reprieve, ease, kindness. Above it hung a tapestry depicting a lone willow tree beside a quiet river. Its branches drooped low, trailing into the water, its roots submerged in gentle currents. The woven threads were faded with time, but the scene radiated a profound serenity. Yennefer stepped closer, running her fingers along the soft, aging fabric. She felt the presence of the mage again, not as a memory now, but as an intention woven into everything he had crafted. A life devoted not to grand power, but to calm, to care, to stillness. She lowered her hand and inhaled the deep, comforting air. The spell was beginning to reveal itself, not merely as instructions on a page, but as a state of being, a way of listening, a way of resting. And Yennefer, standing in the quiet heart of the tower, understood with gentle certainty that she would need to approach not only the spell but herself, with the same softness the mage had written into every line. Outside, the rain softened even further, its rhythm becoming a near-silent mist, a perfect companion for what would come next. Yennefer returned to the center of the room, to the runes awaiting her presence. The tower felt warm, alive, ready, and she, more peaceful than she had been in years, prepared to continue. The tower's heart chamber glowed with a quiet luminescence, as though the walls themselves exhaled light. Yennefer stood at the edge of the rune circle, her breathing slow and deep, her posture loose with tranquility. Warmth rolled gently from the brazier, mixing with the soft lavender smoke that drifted in unhurried spirals up toward the arched ceiling. Outside, the rain had diminished into a fine mist that kissed the windows with a delicate, silvered hush. Each droplet gathered upon the glass and slid downward in slow, wandering paths, mirroring the gentle flow of her own thoughts. The violet book waited patiently, its pages illuminated in muted shimmer, a steady, comforting glow that reminded her of moonlight reflected on still water. She approached it again. New lines of text surfaced, not bright, not insistent, but softly rising as though the book wished to speak only when spoken to. The mind knows when it is safe. It opens beside warmth. Approach your own memory as you would a trembling bird, with quiet hands and unhurried breath. Yennefer felt her chest loosen. A slow warmth bloomed behind her ribs, not conjured by magic, but by the simple, gentle truth woven through every word. She sat once more within the rune circle, letting her body settle into the subtle indentations worn into the stone floor by years of quiet, meditative practice. Her fingertips grazed the silver grooves, feeling the echo of long ago's spells, not sharp, not electric, but warm and steady, like the lingering imprint of a hand held too long. The runes awakened beneath her touch. Their glow deepened, soft pulses rippling outward in concentric waves. The circle hummed a low, serene note that resonated through her palms and into her breath. Yennefer closed her eyes. The scent of parchment and fading lavender filled her lungs, and with each breath she felt the boundaries of her thoughts dissolve into softer shapes. A memory began to rise, not the mage's, her own. It surfaced gently, as though stepping upon quiet water without causing a ripple. The memory was of Aretusa's gardens at twilight, the moment just after dusk, when the sky deepened into shades of blue and violet, and the sea breeze carried the faint scent of salt across stone pathways. Young apprentice mages whispered quietly under trellised vines, their voices feather-light, their laughter subdued by the wide stillness of the evening. Yennefer sat on a low bench, hands tucked into her sleeves, watching lanterns flicker to life along the winding walkways. No urgency. No demands, just a rare moment of restful solitude. She allowed the memory to settle beside her like a friend sitting quietly at her side. The runes pulsed in approval. Another memory drifted forward. A small cottage in the mountains, its hearth crackling softly as she sipped warm tea from a chipped mug. Snow had blanketed the world outside in thick, soundless layers, and the fire beside her had burned with slow confidence, its flames reflecting in the glossy wooden floorboards. She felt the warmth of that fire now, the gentle weight of the mug in her hand, the calm that seeped into her with each swallow of herbal tea. The circle glowed brighter. But still, the magic asked nothing of her except presence. It did not pry deeper. It did not search for pain. It welcomed only what she offered freely. Her softest memories, her quiet ones, the recollections she carried like folded linens kept in a clean cedar drawer. The violet book turned a page on its own. She opened her eyes and read the next lines, illuminated in faint, warm shimmer. Good memories may rest as well. Let them breathe beside you. Let them settle softly upon the quieter shelves of the mind. A breath she hadn't realized she held left her slowly, her shoulders easing further. This enchantment wasn't meant only for sorrow or heavy thoughts. It was meant to organize the inner world with kindness, to let memories drift into places where they belonged, without forcing them into brightness or shadow. She looked around the chamber. Everything supported the spell. The silver grooves like soft rivers, the rune stones glowing like tiny hearths, the gentle incense, the slow-breathing air. Even the rain had adopted the magic's rhythm, its soft pattering falling in meditative patterns against the glass. Yennefer stood carefully, her robes whispering around her ankles, and walked to the alcove where the tapestry of the willow tree hung. She touched the woven branches with the tips of her fingers. In the silence, she felt something shift. Not in the tower, not in the air, but inside her. A small release. A gentle sigh from a place in her heart she had not realized was clenched. She let the feeling move through her like warm wind passing through tall grasses. Then she returned to the violet book. The next page revealed a series of slow spirals, each accompanied by a thought. The spell ends not with release but with reassurance. Let the memory know it may return when it wishes. Peace comes not from closing the mind, but from opening it gently. Yennefer's lips curved into the faintest smile. She closed the book softly, its glow dimming into a calm, resting pulse. The runes quieted with her. Above, the wind circled the tower in a soft, solitary swirl before drifting into stillness. Yennefer sat once more in the heart of the ritual circle, hands resting upon her knees, breath slow, mind steady. She was ready to proceed deeper, not into harsher truths or painful recollections, but into the serenity the mage had left behind. A serenity meant for anyone who wandered into this tower with a tired heart. And so, wrapped in lavender smoke and warm light, Yennefer prepared herself to learn the spell's deeper intention. The part that soothed not only memory, but the very spirit that carried it. The tower felt warmer now, as though it had drawn itself closer to Yennefer's presence, wrapping her gently in its long-held quiet. The lavender incense burned low, its smoke drifting in slow, softened ribbons that lingered near the ceiling like pale, drifting clouds at dawn. The brazier's fire, still small, still tame, pulsed with a low, comforting crackle, its faint glow brushing the stone walls with hues of amber and rose. Yennefer stood at the edge of the rune circle once more, her hands loose at her sides, her breath calmly settling into the tower's gentle rhythm. The magic around her was no longer dormant. It was awake, but not insistent. It pulsed in patient waves, soft as a lullaby played on a distant lute. She walked to the violet book and found that the pages had turned again on their own. Not rapidly, but with the quiet determination of something guiding her toward a deeper truth. The text on the new page shimmered with a dim, violet glow. Memory rests not only in mind, it said, but in breath, in heartbeat, in the subtle spaces between thoughts. Below this gentle line was a diagram of the human silhouette, outlined in soft, flowing ink. Within the silhouette were spirals of light drawn near the chest, near the belly, behind the eyes. places where emotions collect, where old thoughts drift, even when the mind grows quiet. Yennefer touched the diagram lightly, and the ink warmed beneath her fingertips, as though acknowledging her understanding. She let her hand fall to her side and inhaled slowly. The tower inhaled with her, a subtle shift of the air, a faint stirring in the incense smoke, a settling of the runes into deeper harmony. She closed her eyes and allowed her awareness to sweep gently inward. Not sharply, not with force. Just as one dips a hand into a calm pool and allows the water to reveal itself. Within her chest, she felt a small ache. It was not sharp, nor painful, simply a soft tightness, something that had lingered in quiet corners of her mind through many seasons. She did not chase it, she did not analyze it. She only acknowledged it the way one acknowledges a bird perched nearby, without reaching, without intention, only offering presence. And once acknowledged, the ache softened, not dissolved, not vanished, softened. The runes brightened in gentle response. When she opened her eyes again, the violet book glowed warmly, inviting her to read the next passage. "Their weary memory is not a wound," the mage had written, but a traveler seeking a quieter room to rest its feet. A faint smile touched her lips. How simple, how human, how tender these words felt. She turned the page. This time, a small illustration appeared, a hand holding a wisp of light, cupping it the way one might hold a fragile ember. The light hovered just above the palm, not bound, not controlled, only supported. Below it, "Hold your thoughts as gently as this." Yennefer exhaled in slow appreciation. She knelt gracefully within the rune circle again, placing her palms upward upon her knees. The runes responded immediately, their glow synchronizing with her breathing. Each pulse of light rose and fell in the rhythm of her inhale and exhale. The magic felt alive in the gentlest way, a warm presence sitting beside her, like a companion who spoke only in silences. Her awareness brushed inward again, and another memory rose. This one subtle, blurred at the edges like a watercolor painting left out in soft rain. She saw herself sitting by a window late at night, the wind moving through the trees outside in deep, slow breaths. An open book lay across her knees. Next to her a candle flickered quietly, its flame small and steady. The world had been silent then, and she remembered feeling unexpectedly at ease. Warmth spread through her chest as the memory drifted forward and settled beside the first, not demanding to be understood, only wishing to be acknowledged. She allowed it to rest. The runes brightened further. The violet book turned one more page, revealing a message written in smaller, more intimate script. "When the heart begins to soften, listen. You will hear the spell long before you cast it." Yennefer placed her hand over the page, feeling the warmth of the ink, the softness of the parchment, the lingering presence of the mage who had written these words with so much care. She rose slowly, her movements fluid, as though the tower's serenity had seeped into her limbs. Crossing the room, she approached the narrow window and wiped a small patch of mist from the cold glass. Beyond it, the forest stretched in muted greens and greys, its canopy stirred gently by a breeze that whispered through the leaves in long, soothing waves. The rain had thinned to a faint, drifting veil. Each droplet clung to the glass until gravity coaxed it downward in soft trails. Yennefer rested her forehead against the window's cool surface, letting the chill balance the warmth within her. She watched the mist trail downward. The simplicity of it felt like part of the spell, a reminder that peace was often found in small, quiet moments allowed to pass without interference. When she turned back to the room, she noticed something new. A faint shimmer behind the rune circle. Barely noticeable at first, like a reflection caught at the corner of one's vision. She approached it slowly. It was a memory, not hers, not fully visible, just a soft impression held in the air. Now a man sitting where she had sat, hands open on his knees, breathing deeply as he whispered something too gentle to hear. She felt no intrusion, only warmth, only intention, only peace. The figure dissolved as quietly as it appeared, leaving behind a lingering sense of companionship, a recognition that the mage had walked this path not to flee his thoughts, but to honor them with space and gentleness. Yennefer closed her eyes again and let the warmth settle around her. She returned to the violet book, ready for the next step, the deeper unveiling of the spell's purpose. The page that met her eyes contained only one sentence, written in steady, confident script. When memory knows it may rest, the heart begins to dream again. And beneath the sentence, a new set of runes, soft and glowing, awaiting her understanding. Yennefer exhaled, long and slow. The spell was guiding her forward, deeper into calm, toward a truth meant to be discovered only with quiet hands and an unhurried soul. And so, in the warm, fragrant hush of the mage's tower, with rain fading into a distant whisper, she let herself sink into the deepest layer of the ritual's serenity. The glow of the rune circle softened into a warm, steady luminescence, as if the tower itself had settled deeper into its long, unbroken meditation. The air was thick with tranquility, lavender smoke drifting in pale spirals, firelight flickering in slow amber waves, and the faint sound of mist slipping down the outer stones like a whispered lullaby. Yennefer stood very still, her hands resting loosely before her, breathing in the quiet magic as though it were a gentle perfume. Every part of her felt unhurried, her thoughts, her muscles, even the rhythm of her heartbeat. The tower's serenity had seeped into her bones. The violet book opened again, though Yennefer had not touched it. This time the ink shimmered in deeper hues, lavender darkening into amethyst, softening again into pale violet, like the rise and fall of a lantern's flame. Now, the text read, you have come to the still place within yourself. From here, the spell may reveal its quiet purpose. Yennefer knelt gracefully within the rune circle, and the stones brightened with warm, cooperative pulses. They did not demand, they welcomed. Their hum felt like a gentle voice saying, you are safe here, you may rest. She placed her palms downward on her knees and let her breath deepen. The next words appeared slowly, as if mindful not to disturb the silence. This enchantment was never meant to erase pain, but to give pain a bed to lie down upon. Yennefer's eyes softened. The mage had crafted not a spell of forgetting, but a spell of comfort. A magic that allowed memory to unclench its grip, to set down its weight without being forced away. She allowed her breath to slow further. The room responded in small, tender ways. The brazier crackled quietly, a soft ember rolling to one side. The incense smoke curled toward her as though to wrap around her shoulders. The air took on the faint scent of warm earth, like the smell that rises after gentle rain on a moss-covered path. She closed her eyes. A new memory approached, not summoned, not commanded, but drifting forward on its own quiet terms. It was a memory of a night she had spent alone in a dim library long ago. Snow fell silently against tall arched windows. She had been reading, but not truly absorbing the words. Her thoughts had been heavy, pressing, restless, and then an older enchantress had placed a thick woolen blanket around her shoulders without saying a word. She remembered the warmth of the wool, the faint scent of lavender oil woven into its threads, the gentle weight that eased something inside her without explanation. She had felt seen in her silence. The memory settled beside her with the same tenderness as it had once offered. The runes pulsed in reply. Another memory surfaced, this one almost too soft to grasp. Geralt's presence beside her on a quiet evening, neither of them speaking, both watching the horizon as dusk blurred into night. A simple moment, unremarkable to others, yet it carried a warmth that had made her chest loosen in a way she rarely allowed. She let that memory rest too, not held tightly, not examined. Only acknowledged. The circle brightened. The violet book turned another page. On it was only one line: when the heart learns that it may rest, memory follows. A deep calm unfurled in her belly, warm and slow, spreading through her limbs like the quiet drift of a soft blanket drawn up on a cold morning. She exhaled. The tower exhaled with her. Its old stones released a long, tired creak, the sound strangely comforting, as though the structure itself had been holding its breath for decades. Yennefer placed one hand upon the silver groove of the ritual circle. The metal warmed instantly, not hot, just pleasantly warm, like a stone heated by afternoon sunlight, or a mug of tea held between gentle hands. The glow of the room deepened into softer hues, violet, gold, warm grey, colors that seemed chosen not for brilliance but for comfort. Her breathing steadied further. She sensed the mage again, not as an apparition, not as a voice, but as a presence, warm, content, grateful. He had poured his quietest self into this tower, into this spell, into the runes and the scent of herbs and the patterns of the wood worn smooth by years of meditative hands. He had created a sanctuary for minds that carried too much, a place where one could unfold without fear. Yennefer opened her eyes and felt her own thoughts settle into softer shapes, still present, still real, but no longer sharp, no longer demanding, just resting. She rose slowly, her robes whispering across the stone floor. The violet book turned one more page and revealed a final set of runes, their glow almost imperceptible, like candlelight seen through gauze. These runes were incomplete, left unfinished by the mage, but beneath them was a note written in soft, steady script. The spell ends when the practitioner chooses peace, not when knowledge is gained, not when pain is solved, only when the heart is quiet. Yennefer felt a small, surprising sting of tenderness behind her ribs, a quiet understanding that this ritual was never meant to conclude with revelation or power. Its purpose was softer, simpler, more human. She moved slowly across the room, gathering a few cooled embers and placing them neatly within the brazier, as the mage had once done. The small action felt like part of the ritual, a respectful closing of a day's work. Rain traced one final whisper along the window pane. The incense thinned into near transparency. The runes dimmed into a soft afterglow, and Yennefer felt within herself a profound, gentle quiet, not empty, not numb, but peaceful. The kind of quiet one might feel just before falling into deep, dreamless sleep. She placed her hand on the violet book. It closed softly. A warm pulse traveled through her fingers. The tower seemed to nod. She was ready for the spell's final step. Not a climax, but a dissolving, a drifting into calm. A release into quiet rest. She inhaled slowly, preparing to let the magic guide her into the final phase of the ritual. The tower had grown almost silent now, a silence not of emptiness, but of fullness, like a library at dusk, where every book rests with quiet purpose. The last traces of lavender incense faded into the warm air, blending with the soft scent of parchment, dust, and low-burning embers. Outside, the rain had become a faint mist, its sound so gentle that it layered seamlessly over the room's natural hush. Yennefer stood near the violet book, her hand still resting upon its cover, feeling the soft, steady hum of the magic within. It no longer glowed brightly. Its light had dimmed into a sleepy pulse like the rise and fall of a lantern's flame as it prepares to settle into darkness. The rune circle, too, had quieted. Its once steady glow now shimmered faintly, as if bathed in moonlight filtered through clouds. Everything in the tower seemed to be breathing in slow unison. Yennefer closed her eyes and allowed the serenity to move through her like warm current. No memories rose now, no thoughts pressed forward, only stillness, only peace. She inhaled softly, and the runes brightened by a hair's breadth, a final gentle acknowledgement, like a nod from an old friend. The violet book opened one last time. A final message shimmered across the pages, its ink glowing faintly. There is no ending to this spell, only a settling, only a choosing, only rest. Yennefer read the words slowly, allowing them to sink into the softest parts of her mind. There was no instruction, no command, no next step. The mage had left the ritual open-ended on purpose, because the intention of the spell was not resolution, but gentleness, not closure, but breathing space. It was a spell meant to blur the boundary between waking and dreaming, between thought and stillness, until the mind drifted into its own quiet sanctuary. Yennefer closed the book softly, the parchment whispering shut with the faintest sigh. The glow beneath the cover dimmed but did not disappear. It settled into a soft, steady warmth, like a heartbeat felt through woolen blankets. She walked to the narrow window and looked out. The forest was dark now, shaped only by faint moonlight and drifting mist. Leaves swayed gently in the breeze, their movement slow, almost drowsy. A single drop of water slid down the outer glass, tracing a meandering path before disappearing along the stone frame. The world outside felt far away. Closer, much closer, was the quiet within her. She placed her forehead lightly against the cool glass, breathing in silence, breathing out softness. Her breath fogged the window slightly. The tiny cloud of condensation bloomed and faded in peaceful rhythm. Behind her, the rune circle faded into a subtle afterglow. The stones dimmed like stars slipping beneath the horizon. The brazier crackled once, then settled into a low, steady ember bed. The tower's presence grew even calmer, a stillness so deep it felt like the quiet inside a dream. Yennefer returned to the heart of the room, her steps unhurried, her body lighter than she had felt in many years. There was no more ritual to perform, no more pages to read, no more memories to greet. The spell had already done what it was meant to do, not through grand gestures, but through the creation of a soft, expansive space where the mind could rest without expectation. She sat one last time within the rune circle, crossing her legs, placing her hands gently upon her knees. Her breathing slowed. The tower's quiet sank around her like deep, warm water. She felt herself drifting, not away and not into anything new, but deeper into the quiet she had uncovered. A whisper of thought passed through her mind. Not hers, but the mage's, faint and warm. Rest now, and let the quiet carry you. She exhaled, and the tower exhaled with her. The lines of the room softened in her vision as though wrapped in dusk. The fire settled further. The air cooled gently. The runes fell into complete stillness. Everything drifted into peace. Yennefer's lids grew heavy. She allowed her eyes to close, her breath deepening, her thoughts dissolving into soft, drifting currents. The tower held her. The spell held her. The quiet held her, and nothing more was needed. The night stretched onward in a long, gentle hush. No urgency, no endings, only a soft, dreamlike unfolding into deeper tranquility. A serenity meant to last well beyond the story, carrying the listener toward restful sleep in its warm, unbroken embrace. Here in the tower's eternal quiet the spell remained, and so did peace.